Hey everybody, welcome back. We've been working on Underway NYC, which is a subway map for New York City. We've been working on the arrival screen, converting it from UIKit to SwiftUI. Made a lot of progress, but there's still more to do. Over here on here, we've got what we did yesterday. We did the filter screen, which is this part. We put all this work behind the feature flag, so we can basically work on trunk. The toolbar at the bottom, which ended up being a little exciting because I ended up needing to wrap the UI toolbar, still use the UI toolbar for our navigation. And also we did this filter display view in SwiftUI. Today, hopefully we'll do filter refresh, maybe the last updated view, add bar, and of course the service alerts. See. Let's flip the feature flag back on so we can get started again. Oh, it is set to true. Perfect. Then what else? I think we could update the name of this. Does it need to be so pretty? Okay, so let's take a look at how we might do pull to refresh. We're inside of a scroll view. Google something. Oh, that's in iOS 15. See, I think I had another view in here that I added pull to refresh on. I think I tried redoing our service alert stuff. I deleted it. Ended up not going forward with that approach. Are trying to support iOS 14. So this is just setting a refresh action. Isn't that interesting? Wanted, I guess it's the that's more interesting. Let's see. Documentation as an image. Okay. Where is the code? It's supposed to be an example app. It looks like this is an example app. Where's the code where they set up the pull through? Home project simply searchable. Okay. Mention UIScrollView. Oh, interesting. So he's diving into UIKit. Okay, so let's try to do this. I want to understand what's going on, so I'm gonna type it in myself, not simply use the package. Our targets. Note. This is where this is what we're learning from. What would be the entry points? None of these are public. This is public. Okay, so what's happening here? So we're declaring a modifier on SwiftUI view. We changed action. Oh, is this something that they added as well? Even in trying to read this, we're jumping into some. Oh, here it is. Okay, so let's define that. So this is a block, takes a refresh control. I think this can be simplified. to look like that. List refresh modifier. What is an on list refresh modifier? Respect table view. I'm not sure what that is. Let's see if it's built in or we need to do. This is not, this isn't here. So where's this coming from? I guess let's open this up in the web editor period. Then I can search for. Oh, he's I mean on interest. Interesting. Ooh, they're using that to grab the control of a table view. I mean, the views I'm working on, this isn't exactly a list. This is a lazy V stack. This might not actually work for me. Okay, so I'm glad I didn't just grab the whole package because I don't think there's a table view under there to use. I suppose maybe we're writing our own drag gesture. Not learning from that anymore. Make our own view modifier. Maybe we'll just call it action. Then we want to have a drag gesture. Oh, one problem with this is that this drag might collide with the drag gesture of the scroll view itself. Well, I guess what we could do is we could explore a little bit. We could say, is this so much easier to do in iOS 15? We could take a look at that. Set ourselves to iOS 15. That on. Make sure it's not getting this one. Oh, so scroll view doesn't even have refresh or refreshable or on refreshable? Yeah, that's not triggering. So we'd be writing our own stuff anyway. Um, Even if you required iOS 15, we would still be requiring. We'd still have to write our own gesture anyway. I guess that's good to know, but still kind of unfortunate, huh? I guess we could see if someone else wrote code to do this. ScrollView UI hold to refresh. Interesting. Ooh, I do like this approach. I do like this approach of just wrapping the scroll view in SwiftUI. Okay, let's try that. First, let's copy a link to this. Let's see, let's say what we're doing. Um, so then coordinator has a link to the control. That's interesting. I wonder if I can make this a let. Surprise this is an MS object. Oh, this might be before playing nicely with UIKit. And of course, we have make UIView and update UI. coordinator is mostly an NS object, so it can be a delegate. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Welcome to the stream, by the way. And then it looks like refresh control on this. Yeah, I'm guessing that further down we'll see exactly where it's set up as a delegate. Oh, it's the next line, I guess. Add target. So let's create this refresh control in its own variable. What's a frame and a primary action? Set it to 0 for now. And then they add a target. Yeah, they don't. Oh, they don't create it. They don't pass in a frame either. Interesting. But they build the whole view here inside of. I understand making the idea of wanting to make a UIKit scroll view. We can access the refresh control. Then adding content to that scroll view from inside here. That's a little spicy for me. Once to wrap it back inside of a hosting controller. Oh boy. I guess we could try it. I guess really what we want to see is how well the heading content would be. You need to make a UI hosting with a view of your SwiftUI. Yeah, it just feels funny to have a hosting controller with a legacy scroll view in it, which wraps at UIScrollView, which will then have another UI hosting control inside of it. Hosting controllers all the way down, if you will. It's a little funny. Let's see, but I guess we could. Let's see. When we init this, can we init this with content? Or content is a view? Oh, it's a block like. Sure. You can add view builder too. Oh, cool. You mean like this? Oh, nice. Let's see. Let's say Full view contents will be a hosting controller. Say let hosting will be content. Do I need to call it? Or is it okay to just pass in content? Looks like I can just pass it in. We can pin to the top and bottoms of this. Of course, the leading and trailing. Okay, so let's see what this looks like. I know we haven't really hooked up all the refresh stuff yet, but let's see what this might. So this would be, what do we call this? Legacy scroll view. Translates auto resizing mask. Yeah, I did that. I have a little bit of a helper to do that. This auto layout. It sets auto uh, translates auto resizing mask into false and then returns itself. No worries. It's a good thing to it's easy to forget, and it saves some time. It hadn't been there, so I appreciate you looking out for me. Failed. What did not conform to view? Why not? Why can't it conform? I think it's the view builder. Let's try it as a block, which I'm pretty sure I've gotten to work before. I needed to add to the initializer as well. Um, on this side, I remember going somewhere weird. Will be applied to a parameter of a function type. Okay. Yeah, the compiler always complains about types, and so I end up going with types. Um, and it doesn't usually suggest attributes. I tend to like unless it's here at escaping, it's like please put at escaping. Um, oh, a closure and at view builder. Well, this one it compiled, but we don't have. Oh, we have a refresh. We have no content at all. Where is all my content? Let's look at the view debugger. I wonder if I need something in like update view here. Like, I guess I wouldn't know exactly what I would need to do here. Have I written other update UI views in this project? Yeah, but it was also empty. Views for state changes. I guess this doesn't have any state right here yet. It's all handled by the refresh control at the moment. Am I not seeing any content? Let's look at the view hierarchy. Reveal bug navigator. We have a scroll view, posting view. Posting view position is ambiguous. Okay, maybe I made a mistake in my constraints. Let's look. Top to top. Oh. Oh. Okay. Yeah. This should be scroll view. Still not seeing anything. Okay, let's look at the view debugger again. Dealing debug navigator. Well, there's no purple exclamation point, so not a constraints error. Posting view at height is 0. That's weird. All right, there's this content layout guide. Because otherwise, it's just putting it to the frame of the actual scroll view. This is content for the scroll view, so we can say the content layout guide. Film. You see the scroll view though. I mean, is it because the state of the like does this still work? Does this still get changes? Like if I put something like static in here, I put a bunch of static text, does that show up? Yeah, so that shows up. I guess it must be that it's not redrawing when state changes. once we actually load the arrivals for that screen. Um, how do we doesn't know what the size of the lazy V grid has. Um, and if we put a text in there, 2 columns, I'll put it in twice. So those show up. They're a little squished. They show up. I guess measuring stuff from SwiftUI and pulling it back out to UIKit can be kind of a drag. I guess what I want to do is on update, I want to say needs layout. You can just reference, oh, you're right. I'm going to rename it. How much? Oh, right, because I deleted it. Let's see, are we getting to this breakpoint here? We are. So just trying to update. It's just kind of the wrong thing. We need to set the frame manually. Like, do we need to say like scroll view dot size that fits? I'll try to set the frame in SwiftUI first. Yeah, it was measured fine when we're using regular scroll view. All these arrivals here. Yeah, like this double wrapping of SwiftUI inside of a scroll view UI, hosting SwiftUI inside of a UIKit scroll view, which is inside of SwiftUI view. That's really funky. What do you mean by set the frame in SwiftUI first? With a modifier. Oh. Then what size is my cell? Four. to be G float, I guess. The failure. Oh, oops. Let's leave that off. Hmm. It looks like the scroll view is going like max width though. It's something about the height. Before H is the problem. Yeah, I mean, we need to loop through our views some way though. Web navigator, brush control. Here's the scroll view. Scroll view is the right size. It's basically the whole exactly the space I want to take up above the toolbar, below the direction labels. It's a hosting view with a lazy V grid, and that very empty. I feel like it must be something about it updating. This is it without any frames. Here's the scroll view, the hosting view, the lazy grid. Yeah, it looks the same whether we put frames on it or not in the view hierarchy. So I don't think that's the direction to go in. To update the scroll view content. I mean, I did a set needs layout when things update. Update the scroll view content. I'm not sure what you mean by that. You mean like you have to hang on to the host view hosting controller and like rebuild it on update? Oh, yeah, you call it once. Oh, perfect. I think that's a very good guess. Let's see. So we could make a little bit of a helper function that something like this, and then yeah, do we need to like rebuild the host controller? Like we can't set content on it, right? We have to just create a new one, right? But this is a get set. What? What? Okay, so let's save the host. See, what's the best way to do this? Arguments, content, right? Was that error? Self is immutable, right? So this must be do you need to make this a state? And then here we can say post dot root view equals content. Undefined state during update. This will cause undefined behavior. Okay, so let's create this in init instead. And because it's a state, we'll I think I have to put an underscore in front. No. A build succeeded. Looks like it's there, but it's way off to the side. And it's kind of in a weird spot. Almost. Well, we got an update. Uh, hmm. Let's see, maybe we can set like compression resistance or something. You need to update the constraints too. This constraint should be the same. We're calling set needs layout again. You change the roof view, the constraints are gone maybe. That's something we can check in the view debugger. And before we rebuild, we can do just that. Let's reveal in Debug Navigator. Posting view at height is 0 still. Weird. Do we need to like compute a content height? kind of don't want to compute a content height. I want auto layout to do it. Be on debug navigator. Hosting view width is 28. Yeah, that looks about 28. Leading bottom. Full view that width is 375. Height is 570. Yeah, that's about 570. So these constraints are good on the actual scroll view. Hmm. Wonder if we need to like throw out the whole hosting control or something. SwiftUI views are sizing themselves to content. So I think we need to like set a content size on our scroll view. Host view. It's pounds. Size. Content size equals size, maybe. Or explicitly tell the scroll view our new size. Not really. Didn't really get us anything, but we could see what the size is. Oh, the size that it got was 28. Zero? Okay. What is the scroll views? No, I'm bad at explaining it. But the bounds here are zero. Interesting. Does the context have? Problem is that doesn't know how big the furniture grid is because it's a lazy vista. Oh, that's a good point. I'm not sure how to work around that because in iOS 14 we don't really have many options for grids. There's a new just plain grid in iOS 16, but that's not out till September. These are all the environment variables. Is there any kind of size in here? Size to apply to control. There's a cadence. Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, I mean, this is like, it's, I mean, I keep coming back to how weird it is to host SwiftUI content inside of the UIScrollView, which is already inside of SwiftUI. Um, see, did the bounds change at all? Oh, so later the bounds change. I did drop a scroll view a few times already. It does work right now. I don't know why it doesn't work for you. Oh, you've actually done this dance before? Is it in the App Store? No, not yet. Oh, okay. We are getting a normal size later. So I'm really want to know why. So the first time PO size is, yes, this weird size. But then we come through again, and it got the same size even though the bounds had changed. Oh wait, now there's still 0? What? No, not yet. Can you try set the frame again on the grid in SwiftUI? Okay. Let me just finish going through this loop here. The bound size is big. The PO size is, about right. So we are setting the content size here. So do we want to update a height and width constraint here? Because we have the size. This is a size that sounds about right. So it's able to size it at the right size. Now how do we tell yeah, of the scroll view? Um like, do we want like a like this content layout guide? Does this have a constraint equal to like this new size dot height? Thanks. Because it seems like setting the content size isn't updating anything. Oh, equal to. This is going to be called too many times. Yeah, I agree, and it's kind of confusing. I set the frame of the view modifier again. A. Do you want to try Infinity? Okay, we could try that too. Try your suggestion to start. Oh, the layer position contains not a number. Invalid geometry. Invalid frame dimension. Oh, this needs to be max height. Okay, picked it wrong. Kind of getting the same situation. You can try setting the height to be. I guess the height doesn't seem to be the problem. It's not expanding to take up the width. It's not changing anything either. Hmm. Not that hard the last time I did it. Yeah, I've done sizing stuff too, but this one is, I guess, yeah, I think you're right. Something about the lazy grid. But it's able to get the right sizes eventually, uh, which I guess is a little confusing. See, let's set some constraints. Uh, oh, we will have to make these in. I'm thinking I want to have some constraints for kind of like do this, but have it saved as a variable. Um, I guess I feel like it's like the content is getting to be the right size, but then maybe the SwiftUI stuff around it is compressing it. But I mean, we're not even seeing. Oh well, I guess there's no filter active. I mean, we are seeing the. Yeah, so that's showing up. Um, huh. If we put this, oh, this is on a lazy grid. Put it on the for each maybe. I'll check for myself real quick. view.anchor.const thing for width. After we add those, we can activate them. Maybe we'll set them active down here. They actually have a real size for them. Size 8. And for the other one, set the constant to dot width. Nothing. Just putting a print here to see the values a little bit easier without having. Yeah, so it gets to be like a pretty nice size. And it's refreshing. Let me take off this auto layout stuff. Just do our own sizing, maybe. Up sizes again. Description of this. This is the hosting view is size 0. Host view dot frame 0 size. I was hoping setting the size would fit. Book navigator. Of this. I don't see a frame on this thing. I guess that's a That's the controller. Here's the view. Still has this frame, even though we explicitly set it to be something else. But maybe it tries to recompute itself. Let's take off these set needs layouts. The view debugger. View. Even though we set the frame, it resizes itself afterward. Okay, it works for you. That's great. I know what the problem is. Oh yeah? Because it's a grid? The grid is basically a scroll view itself. Oh, interesting. I mean, the scroll view has the right content size. Comment out the grid and keep the for each. Yeah. And the content size is coming through, setting the frame directly, but the frame is getting reset somehow by somebody. On the Debug Navigator. Here's the hosting view. It has a frame of 0, 0, even though we explicitly set it to be, quite a large normal size. What's with that? There's got to be a way to do this. Let's see. Maybe let's make it a each. Maybe let's put it in a V stack. Just like have stuff on the screen. Maybe the for each didn't like being the main root view. No, no, that wasn't it. Ah, works for me with a grid too, though. I'm gonna upload a gist. Oh, awesome. Yeah, so for anyone who's just joining us, what we're working on is we're trying to add pull to refresh to our scroll view. Um, so we browsed around the internet and we thought maybe we could use UIViewRepresentable to wrap a UI scroll view where we could then, as one does, set up a regular UI refresh control. Even though the content size is coming through, as you can see here where I'm highlighting at the bottom of the console, when we actually run the app, you don't see anything. Oh, hit me in a DM with that. I need to set up a Discord for this situation too, so it's easier. Oh, thank you so much. We have a gist here. This is exactly what I think. It must be something about the update then. Yeah, because this isn't so different from what I have at all. Let's try, I guess, delete everything and build it again. Maybe we missed something. Let's see. Import SwiftUI struct. Let's see. Scroll view is UI representable. Hopping back to gist. Do it. File. Content, which is a view builder. Content is a generic type. Anything in as long as it conforms to view. Here, I guess content is only called once. There's no update in update. But we can try it. I wonder if there's something we can say on context to redraw. I'm gonna try to save the. We could try just like building a whole new hosting controller each time. Say scroll view dot remove all subviews. Is your grid size just default grid items? Yeah, this was just a VStack. That wasn't even a grid. That was just a VStack. I guess when it updates, it's not. I mean, it's triggering an update, like when the state changes of where is it? When new station arrivals come in, like the view loads, and then we load station arrivals, and that second load is triggering the update view. We saw that. However, it's not. Whole thing is not redrawing correctly when something changes. What we could do is we could make this into a new little app just to test it out by itself and to try to replicate the error with an update. Which we call this pull to refresh testing. Be the grid size. I mean, I don't have. I'm not even using a grid right now. That was a VStack. I use the default one. It breaks on mine too. Oh, that's interesting. That is interesting. Oh, so what does that mean? Means the grid item size is going to be half the width and a height of 44. Fixed. So this is, oh wait, this is just the width, right? I think this is width. So this is going to be half the screen size. Uh, I guess we don't have the screen size here. Need to use GeometryReader. My screen bounds for testing. Oh, that's a good point. For testing purposes, that's a great idea just to see if we're on the right track. That's a great idea. Don't fail. What did I do? Right, I was working on rebuilding this all. Yeah, I think we need to call content again, either way for sure, and update. Um, That was when we had the breakthrough in the previous iteration. It was when we started calling, at least calling content again here. We could do that by saving the hosting controller, or we could do it by just, removing all the scroll views, subviews, um, and rebuilding. Not sure what's going to be better. Hey, uh, oh, we got something. Like, it jumps up though. Strange. This wasn't happening when it was pure SwiftUI. Hmm. Do I need this exclamation point? Yeah. Hmm. Let's look at the view debugger. I think the view debugger is really not going to be able to help us out here because it's like SwiftUI inside of UIKit, inside of SwiftUI, inside of UIKit. But let's see. Yeah, it's just like here's a layout. A description of the hosting view. It has a size. It's not the right size, but it has a size. Um, oh, because I need, for starters, I need to do this twice. Just subscribed. Oh my goodness! Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the subscription, and and also thanks so much for your help on these. Oh, look at that on these figuring out these depths of Swift UI. Ooh, that's funky. Look at that. Ooh. I guess we could just set scrolling in just one direction. Uh, scroll view dot direction. What scroll direction? Look at the documentation for this. No, that's not what I want. It's in UIKit. I mean, sorry, in Swift UI we can say just horizontal or just vertical. Oh man, what a good day this is. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Right, it's just like it's just off by just a little bit because of the padding and such. Um, right, so let's try with geometry reader. Where's my padding on here? This is the this isn't the root. Okay, let's see the root if I have padding in there. Um, oh, all around. Tab one over. No padding here either. Okay, so we just have to worry about the padding in this screen, and there isn't any here either. Uh, there we go. Okay, so instead of that, we're going to say geo.size with 5. We're getting a little bit of that action. Let me look at the cell. Cell doing any kind of padding? Oh, I have a. Oh, that's just a set width for a single small part of it. Max width is infinity. I could try taking. I do have a little bit of padding on it, but that should be taken into account for the grid. Let's look at the view debugger. I guess we can confirm that the content size is in fact too big, or in fact on the right path in trying to figure out the right size. This is 383. So the hosting view is actually a little too big. Because 375 is what it should be. Okay, so we are kind of in the right direction. This is the right thing to pursue. Uh, so why is the hosting view getting to be so wide? Let's see, so the scroll view is $17. The content size is 383. So the content size is too wide. Why is it so wide? um, let's see, what's the size that the geometry is reading? Because that sometimes is an issue, right? This should be the inside of the scroll view. Oh, do I need to move the geometry reader in one level? Then is it going to let me print here? No. Oh. Oof. Now we're not scrolling at all. Oh, this must be reading 0, 0 because it's like inside of a scroll view. This is reading the size of. Well, I guess I want to know if this is. I put a breakpoint here. I want to know what the size is. It's coming through. Is it 375 or that 383 that we saw? Can I access this stuff from the view debugger? It is reading 375. Okay. This is good. That's expected. That's what we want. Oh, is there like a spacing on lazy vgrid? Seems 0. But I think this is vertical spacing. I don't think this is. Well, just a little too big. I think there's a spacing on grid item. Yes. We'll set that to 0 as well. After the size. Easy to see that they are the same. I'm doing the Control I to auto format, not lining up the begins. A little annoying. Okay, let's see what we got. There we go. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Then it jumps. It jumps. Why does it do that jump? Finally. There's no scroll indicator. I didn't think we would have to turn this on explicitly. Yeah, why is there no scroll indicator? Oh, and also the alignment is actually kind of wrong too. So we do want it to pop out. Oh, let's see, is this showing up on screen? Move it to the center. So the distance between the badge and title is a lot more on the right hand column and on the left hand. So there's still just there's still a little bit of tweaking to do. The scroll indicators are missing also. There's extra space at the top here. I don't know what's going on with that. And then it does that jumping thing. It's freaking me out. Like it'll be like the normal size, and then you let go, normal size, then it jumps. Um, okay, so we could say Traverse Scroll. I guess you could say that worked. But I guess the next items are scroll indicators. Where did they go? Extra space top. Um, Column alignment. Alignment. Um, why does it jump? So to start, we are like rebuilding a whole hosting controller every time it updates. I'm kind of curious to um, like try to save the content view. Um, I guess this is the content host. Save that content host and just instead of discarding everything, say host content host.rootView equals a new call on the content. And that that broke everything. Fascinating. Um, wow. Not like setting the root view. Let's put that back, I guess. I thought maybe if we saved it, it wouldn't jump around so much. So we have it working again. Oh man. Um, does it if I don't touch it, does it jump further again? No, even on a content update, when it refreshes new times from the server, still see um, at this strange offset height. It's like it's not that much from there to there. How much is that? Is that height of a nav bar? Like what distance is that? How's the I don't know if it looks extra space at the bottom as well. Looks like the content is maybe jumping up just a little bit. Hmm. Oh my god. I totally forgot about that. Totally forgot about that. Yeah, that was a bad year. Was that iOS 14 that happened, or was it iOS 13? Oh, now it jumped down instead of jumping up. Oh, now it jumped up again. Um, yeah, I have it all over the place in this app. Um, content inset. We could set this to be 0, perhaps. Still no scroll indicator. Still doing that jump. I mean, I guess. Ooh, yeah, no idea what that is. Yeah, me neither. Um, I guess I'm trying to think. Should we keep pushing forward on ironing out the details with this? Um, or the alternative is we could try to get a native drag gesture to work in SwiftUI. Um, we could put a Z stack in a scroll view that'll have the UI refresh control. Like we don't have to build our own refresh control. We just have to build our own um, drag gesture, perhaps. Let's see, we can rename this file, legacy scroll view. Kind of curious to try it out. Um, I do feel like we learned a lot with that, though. I guess we learned you can use the geometry reader outside the scroll view, and it did read the right numbers. Um, we learned about let's see, inside of UIViewRepresentable, to make sure to, I guess we have to remake the whole hosting controller on update and on make view, which is a little unfortunate. I feel like making a hosting controller, that's got to be computationally intensive. And then auto layout on top of that. Maybe this will be a view modifier. Like that for now. Yeah, it's just, that's just so weird. This little jump, it's making me bonkers. Ooh, I don't know why that's happening. I guess that's driving me to. I want to try out another approach. For starters, I just want to see if this this view modifier will conflict with the scroll view modifier. So I'm just doing very simple, it's just a drag. And then unended, print something. Yeah, that's not catching at all. If I put it on, oh, that was on the geometry reader. Of course, that was going to catch. Okay, that's on the scroll view. Didn't catch. Yeah, so iOS version 21. I'm trying to support iOS 14, which is one version back from current live release of iOS. Is on iOS 15. In iOS 15, there is a new refreshable thing. Refreshable, but it's only for lists anyway. It's on any view, but it only works on lists. So even requiring iOS 15, the latest version, wouldn't really solve this problem. Yeah, we're not getting that's not getting the drag gesture at all. Yes, one last try. Let's not do a view modifier. Let's use it directly. Oof. So no, can't listen to a drag, or we get that weird all that weird behavior. Um, oh, looks like the spacing is off on both of these. Okay, so column alignment. This is wrong uh, even without the UIScrollView. See, if I take off the geometry reader, oh, taking off the geometry reader, that fixed the column alignment, I think. Using Xcode as a ruler here. No, it's still just a touch off. Okay. But either way, we're not getting any drag gestures. I don't think that's a real one. I think it just got confused because I started. Um, there's got to be a way to listen to when a scroll view scrolls, right? Perform programmatic scrolling, wrap one or more scroll views with the scroll view reader. View that provides programmatic scrolling, working with a proxy to scroll to known child view. I listen to on scrolls here. Just scroll to. Whew. Yeah, I think iOS 14 is not production ready for SwiftUI. It was going so well until I started pull to refresh. And I guess pull to refresh isn't even there in iOS 15. Is there anything new in iOS 16 for pull to refresh? It's these little things, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, but it's only for lists in iOS 15, if I'm not mistaken. Each 0 self. Oh, spacing. Yeah, Refreshable. I don't think it works on just a regular scroll view. Hello. Great point there. Yeah, as a scroll view, there's no refresh control. If we make this a list, though, then there is. Just a scroll view there doesn't seem to be. Yeah. So this is oh, this is okay. I thought it was on the. Let's open up the beta real quick. I'm on the beta right now. There's a lot of improvements, but I don't know about refreshable. Yeah, I love all the improvements, but yeah, I don't remember hearing anything about a new folder refresh in the beta. Xcodes are getting cranky with each other. Close them. Do okay. New project. Scroll. Let's see. Have a view, and then refreshable. R. It's gonna take forever for this to boot up. Hmm. Man, that's so unfortunate. Like we did all that to get UIScrollView. We could put our own refresh control, and we got so far. And yeah, it's just these little weird tweaks. Oops. Yeah, so that's, you know, if you make this a list, I don't see anything. So weird. Just a list is like things. A list is a scroll view. Oh, okay. Um, yeah, so we get those, and then if we swap out the list for a regular scroll view, we don't get it. Um, could we use a list? Could we wrap this all in a list? Could we say, is there like a list style like none? Oh, so like perhaps we could have a each row is just, we could use a list that's plain. To be clear, plain, or remove the background. Great. What? I need to be hidden. Why are you here? On the content list. Oh, oh, you're right. Thank you. Yeah, so I guess if we require iOS 15 and we wrap it wrap it in a list instead of a VStack, we have our own alignment guides, I guess. Um, then I guess then I guess we would have full refresh in SwiftUI. Um, wow. Um, that can't be the answer. Let's see. Um, go back to current Xcode. So we can't do a gesture on a scroll view. Um, well, I guess we could try Googling for that. guess we didn't rule for that directly. Your UIScrollView. Simultaneous gesture. So different. No. Oh, we're back here. Or someone else making a legacy scroll view inside of Uiview. So how are they doing their content, I guess? Create it once. There's no call to update the content inside of update Uiview. Example. Got that simultaneous gesture thing. I doubt this will work, but I'm kind of curious. Oh, touch. Go back to iPhone 13. Why is it taking so long to rebuild? This just built a few moments ago. Okay, here we go. Oh, we're getting prints. Oh my goodness. Is this for real? Let's activate the breakpoints. Okay. Wow. Okay. So there's hope. Um, Okay, so where do we want to do the management for all this? I feel like you would want kind of a so how we would want to use something like this is we would want to say uh, pull to refresh scroll view. That takes like an action or something. Now a Z stack. Yeah. Thinking about kind of the end goal, what I would want this to look like. Um, uh, have an action. Um, Maybe we can do like async management for them, which might be nice, but that's neither here nor there for right now. Um, Content. I'm getting excited. Um, just gonna have a scroll view, content inside, and then we're going to have simultaneous gesture on the content. By the way, did you get the arrows to show up as arrows? Um, did you get the arrows to show up as arrows? Oh, are you talking about the font? Oh, I'm not sure if I linked to them from my website or not, but I'm using this font. Um, yeah, I think it's really nice to read, um, and they do have a free trial down here. It's not obvious. They really want you to, buy one of the ones that cost money, but there is a free one down here. I did try the free version for several months, and I'm like, yes, I'm all in on this. I love it. Um, I think for the arrows, you need the arrows. I don't think come in the free version. The arrows are in. Looks like they're in coding ligatures. Um, at least the personal version. I think they have discounts sometimes. If you do the free trial, they send you a coupon. Um, cool. Content. Oh, this returns a valid read declaration. Did I make one of these already? I made one of these already? I was looking for this file and I couldn't find it. Um, hey, um, well, let's see if it works. Uh, Fresh, refreshing, and ask for a refresh from the server. What is it? this misspelled refresh. Very smooth. I guess I wrote this already. Wow. What did I think was a good idea? Did a pull to refresh control. View and a coordinate namespace. Had a UUID? Had a UUID. Oh, for a different coordinate space. Variables so well named as number. Oh, so I'm doing I'm doing geometry measurements to see how far they scroll down. And then on a peer hack. Okay, so I guess this is here, but I'm not really happy with it at all. I guess I'd be curious to if there's no like the native one, there's like kind of that wind up, and then when it activates, it goes into this. That's a nice control. This doesn't do that at all. It feels bad. So I guess we could try to put in a better one. Refresh scroll view 2 that uses a UI refresh control under the hood. The stack. I guess the Z stack would be under the scroll view, maybe. This 2, and I really should move. Now that I found this file, I should move it into next to these other files. Find it again. Where is this? This is in. This is in utils, whereas my other file was UI SwiftUI. Okay. Intrinsic. I don't think I'm using this any. I don't think anyone's using that. That's a little bit too much cleanup for one commit. We summarized what we did there. We'll just say pull to refresh for all arrival screen and share none of the drama Uh, let's see, found old view, uh, found uh, simultaneous gesture thing, which is going to power our new version. Like gesture scroll view. We attempted, and I think I'm leaving the attempt in here. Yes. Attempted embedding how do we even say this? UIScrollView in UIViewRepresentable, but had problems with content jumping. There's just so much more to say inside that. I think that's enough for this commit message. Um, okay, so I think now we're ready to kind of move forward with folder refresh scroll view number 2. Maybe we'll delete the other one. Can I do something like this? I think with the trailing closures thing, I can do something like this. And I think this is, oh, nice, both succeeded. This will be a little bit more readable. Okay, so we need a UIViewRepresentable for a refresh control. Let's see, we have make be and then I guess we can have our little state variable here for refresh control state, maybe. And be our own little enumeration. Case test start, I guess. Let's see, I guess UI refresh control, does it do we have a way to communicate like the distance that we scrolled? If we can't, we might have to build our own uh, little refresh control thing. Let's see, open developer documentation on UI refresh control. So it has a tint color, it has begin and end and is. So yeah, this is not going to give us the kind of control that we need actually. So I guess we're making our own stuff. Instead of update view and make view, we'll have our body. If it's at rest, it'll just be an empty view. So I guess what are the states? There's like a distance. Let's go back to a native one. There's a kind of a distance, and there's like it's only yeah. I guess it'll make its own decisions about distance. It's like it's possible with a distance. Now let's just use the float, I guess. Latched, like when it's in this state, when you let go, it's going to trigger unless you slide it back down. But I guess it's still just a function of distance, right? Because if you come all the way down and then let go, it won't trigger. I guess we'll just say possible. We can say refreshing. I guess there's like a little bit of an animation when it stops. No, I think it just continues the same animation and kind of fades out. No, not UI progress view. Just regular progress view. This is progress view style, I believe. Circular. And then can I pass in? Yes. Just use the distance for now. See, if I just put a constant here, I think it's going to spin no matter what. I think I'm going to be able to get it to spin at like just this right at just this amount. Like we could be like totally creative and like something completely our own. Um, I don't, I'm not sure I have ideas for that right this moment. Might want to sketch something later and come back to that. Let's see. Let's see how this looks. Getting ahead into what it looks like when right now we're kind of still in. How does it? How does it? What does it work like? Need to pass this in. Yeah, I guess this could be a binding. And the scroll view would own it. Start test. And yeah, it's all in the same namespace. Oh, so both of these types are on full refresh scroll view 2. Best name ever so far. Cool. So we're getting some of these values. Let's see. So let's say translation dot height. No, equals not the dollar sign. We'll say it's possible. Otherwise, we are at true. I don't think we need to do that. I think that's only on ended. If we end and the translation is above, I don't know, let's say 50, you don't mind, I've got a question. Sure, what is it? And we could say self dot control state equals refreshing, and we can all the action. Oh, it's right in the center there. Look at that. I'm trying to learn how to implement a database to a website. How do you do that? You have to buy a database, or how does that work? I see people mention something called MongoDB or something. Is that a thing you just purchase online, or oh, this is a fun question. Um, where to begin? Yes, MongoDB itself, I believe, is free to download for yourself to run on your laptop. Yeah, try free. Okay. Um, there's other databases. My favorite is Postgres, uh, and you can download that for free. So basically, the data will be stored in my laptop. No, this is kind of the first part of the question of kind of what is a database. It's a piece of software that manages data. MongoDB is a popular one, so is Postgres or MySQL. Um, but just like if you make your website on your laptop, when no one else can really see it, right? So you push your website to a host of some kind. Um, where's the actual database? Is it a physical thing? Um, you're developing your unit on your laptop. Yes, exactly. So just like you post your website to a server, um, you would you'd use a hosting for a database as well. Basically, part of my hard disk will be for the database on your laptop. Yeah, just like when you work on your website on your laptop, your website is on your hard disk. Um, and then there's many different places you can host. Should get a referral link for these guys. Their production will be on a server. Yes, exactly. The DigitalOcean, you can get a database from them. Postgres, MongoDB, MySQL, the three I just mentioned. Um, uh, who else? I guess Heroku is nice to get started with. Um, and do they do? They just do Postgres. They don't do MongoDB. It looks like these hosts are basically storage and compute. Yes, just a bigger laptop somewhere else. A bigger laptop in the sky. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the old way to think about it, but it's still, I guess, helpful for. It sounds like you're a little bit new to this. But yeah, a server is just a laptop that someone else manages for you, and it has an always-on internet connection, an always-on power, physical security, network security, uh, and most importantly, an IP. You can get a domain name and point it to that IP address. For example, this is the website for my Subway app. It's at Underway NYC. Um, it's hosted on uh, DigitalOcean, where I have a bunch of other servers running as well that serve up not just this website, um, but the feed that powers the Subway app uh, that we've been working on today. Um, do they give a domain also? Uh, Sometimes they do. The ones that are geared towards newcomers tend to. The ones with more advanced options, they tend to want you to make their domain somewhere else. Um, like Heroku, you start with one. It's like yourapp.herokuapp.com. Um, and that's fine to get started. And then later you can spend money on a domain. Um, there's many good registrars out there. This is one of them. Let's see. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, wow. So basically the whole backend is managed by these hosts. Um, yeah, yeah. Oh, they have a Terraform provider. Kindly. Um, if you are more advanced in this stuff, you're going to get a domain name somewhere else and just manage the DNS setting. Yep. Yeah, so you can get a domain name from Andy.net and then go to the DNS and point it to your host. But if you're using something like Heroku, probably don't need to worry about that quite yet. Um, yeah, it can get very complicated fast, and it depends on how interested you are in going deep. You don't have to go deep with it. You can just post some code to Heroku, for example, or I think Glitch does some kind of code hosting. Um, I haven't played with this too much myself. Really help you with it as a professional. Um, what website are you working on? None. Oh, okay. Yeah, if you have a website project in mind, I can help you think through it. If you don't have something in mind, it might be a little bit more difficult since there's so many options out there, and it can be pretty overwhelming without a goal in mind. Oh yeah, Node. Let me know if you have any more questions. I'm very excited about this stuff. Which other things do you code? Um, uh, see, I guess there's the Android version of this app, lovely 4.8 rating. iOS version of this app has a lovely 5 rating. Uh, in Java or Kotlin. This is Kotlin. Um, yeah, but I'm trying to do a project. Haven't decided what kind yet. Probably a website. Oh, cool. Yeah, this is a great time to get started with programming. Hopefully, the process will teach me a lot. Yeah, I've been doing this professionally for over 15 years, and I'm still learning things. And as an amateur before then, there's always new stuff coming out, always better ways to do things. We've been working with SwiftUI on this stream, which is a new UI framework from Apple that they're slowly making better. Um, and we're kind of working around. There's not really a great refresh control, long story short, for SwiftUI. And so that's what we've been working on today. Yeah, you'll always have something new to learn. 100%. You programmed the backend for your Subway app too? Yes, yes, I did. Um, yeah, this is the structure for my app. See, we have the here's the Android app in here. Um, I'm using Vapor for the backend um, with Postgres. um, Vapor is a Swift server-side framework, and I have I think this was I was trying to start something. I think these are both dead folders. There's the web app for when you share a train or a server status. The website, which is an Astro.js. I'm a third-year uni student, information technology major, currently having free time during the summer. I'm trying to get better at coding and programming in general. Oh, cool. Yeah, I love coding a lot, and one of the reasons I started the stream is to share my love of coding. So I hope you like it too. I don't know. I don't want to like. That feels weird to say because people are going to have their own feelings about whatever it is. I like it too. I guess a lot. It got interesting with async await. Yeah. I've done some async await with Vapor, but I mean, I haven't needed to update the server in a while yet. So a lot of it is still using the event loop future. What else is in here? I made an editor for help me to. This is a Catalyst project. I haven't published, but it's to get the spots on the map exactly right. So this one's very nice and in the center. So like I spent a lot of time getting it right in the right spot there. What do you use Redis for? Caching only? Yeah, basically. Yeah, the API serves straight from Redis. Um, oh, here's all my Kubernetes stuff. I what API server? I just have to go to it. Paper app, courses, API app. Um, yeah, you can. It's just you know a feed controller just gets something straight out of Redis and sends it back with cache control, no store, no cache. Going back to our refresh control, thanks for the questions, by the way. Please feel free to ask more. Um, I guess one thing I notice is that when the action is completed, um, refresh control has no way to know that it's finished. Um, I see, looking good. Oh, thank you. Oh, so the progress needs to be out of 100. Okay. Um, or is it out of 1 or out of 100? I guess out of 100. The translation could be quite far, right? I guess we need like a geometry reader to see how far down this is. Let's just try out of 100 for now. Look, what we could do is like wrap this in a task. Yeah, just use a min. Um, I do want it to be some kind of percentage though. Um, I think it needs to be some kind of percentage. Let's take a look. By default, the progress is 0 and the total is 1. Oh, I can set a total? Yes, but I think it could get over 1, right? Um, yeah, it looks like the total defaults to 1, so there must be a way to increase it. I'm not sure I necessarily want to do that. I mean, I'm just trying to take how far down you've gone down the screen and translate it into a nice um, animation. User drags and drags. Yeah. They just keep thumbing down. I don't think that edge case, I'm not so concerned about having uh, a beautiful experience, I guess, if they're trying to break it. So if we make action async, then we can wait for it to finish, and then when it's finished, we can uh, tell ourselves to be at rest again. And of course, we do that on the main act. That looks like a constant. Uh, Maybe we do need an else here. And and also I think we need to kind of print the height because it might be negative actually. I don't remember off. I guess to 10 and then 11 and then 10 and then nothing. What? I guess it's really want to divide it by this how far down you need to go to trigger it. Um, let's start it at 20. I guess what percentage is the height of 20? Um, yeah, and I guess we'll use a min of 0.1, I guess. just like stops. Like barely moves. You can see it kind of moving a little bit. If it goes to be at rest, then doesn't set itself to be at rest. I know it's a bold question, and you don't have to answer it if you don't want to. I'll be interested in how well the backend scales in relation to active users. Do you have auto scaling or something like that set up at this point? I don't have auto scaling set up at this point. I have a Kubernetes cluster that handles all the load. It's pretty small at the moment. In fact, I should probably scale it down to save a little bit of money per month. So at uni, they taught us Java. Is it true that eventually at some point down the road, I'm going to use JavaScript? And so would you advise that I start getting into JS? I advise you to follow what's interesting to you. Java and JavaScript are not that related. They named it JavaScript mostly as a marketing thing. They were going to name it LiveScript, but that's neither here nor there. Depends on what you want to do. Java is a pretty old language, and it's used mostly for backend servers or for Android. JavaScript is mostly for writing websites using something like React or Vue or Svelte, and also use it to write your server using Node. You can also use it to write Android and iOS apps using React Native, or just by having your app be a web view that calls to your website. Seems like everyone uses JavaScript, and I feel like JavaScript is the way to go. Yeah, then go for it. If you like JavaScript, then go for it. Yeah, it's very popular. You can do a lot with it. All the major platforms can write for using JavaScript. Do it from the beginning and learn TypeScript. Yeah, TypeScript is they tried to put types onto JavaScript so it would feel more like um, these other typed languages like Swift or Kotlin. Were they successful? I hear a lot of good things about it. I wouldn't say I have a strong opinion either way about it. Um, I know I prefer uh, Swift personally. That's my favorite one right now. Let's see, did this run? Gesture just kind of stops. Yeah, imagine Swift. Imagine Swift not having types. It would be a nightmare. I just feel like it's like a communication thing. Like, what was I thinking? You have to remember everything about it. You're looking up the type anyway yourself. Why not have the compiler help you? The translation seems to like stop after a certain point. Let's see if I can. I was joking a bit. I actually think it's better to learn JavaScript first as a beginner. Learn TypeScript on top of this knowledge. Yeah, yeah, I agree with that. I did like the joke though. We initialize something 0. Just want to see if this gets values. It's just getting the same value, so I'm not getting any more information by using the updating callback. Just kind of stuck there. Even though I'm like very clearly like going way below 20. Hmm. I guess this was one complaint that I saw when we were researching DragGesture for SwiftUI scroll views, that it would only take the first few and then stop. Are you in the Swift Dev Discord? I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back. Nope, I'm not actually interested in Swift yet. uh, or apps in general, not yet at least. Oh, okay. Well, something drew you to this app channel, and I'm kind of curious to hear what it was then, if it was an apps or Swift. The username? Yes. Clickbait? Username's not clickbait. Yeah, I have I do I do I do the website, I do the Android app, I do the server. That's a full queue of things to do. Um uh Here's my website, by the way. Um Honestly, I really enjoy your stream. Very relaxing and just my type. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm into those hyped streams. I'm not. Oh, Yeah, just being out here. Yeah, I know what you mean. Um, kind of wish there was a filter on Twitch for like, does this person scream and shout or are they chill? I don't really care what game as much they're playing. So I think we kind of hit a dead end here. I'm kind of curious to see if we can use the measurement that I used in the other refresh control. Yeah, man, I know Swift development, but I enjoy the stream, so I subbed. Yeah, thank you so much for that. It means the world to get validation like that. Um, I feel like I have a lot to share, a lot to offer, and thank you so much. You stream often? Yeah, my schedule is every day at 2 p.m. Eastern, New York City time. And if you miss a stream, they're posted to my YouTube channel afterwards. I need to take a screenshot of this guy calling username. No, but that was very sweet. Let's see. So this is not getting updates for every single height that the drag is doing. Um, this version I wrote a long time ago and couldn't find does seem to be working a little bit better. I'm kind of curious to see if we can control it with some kind of state. Um, there's all these on appears in here. Um, so this is definitely an older style of SwiftUI. Fortunately, I'm not living in NYC, so I cannot test your app. Um, right on, no worries. Living in Europe, actually. Oh, cool. I've been there a few times. Um, yeah, so I do have a state here. Um, let's try to translate some of this into. Let's close these other views, these other tabs. So this one is using a drag gesture, but we're not getting all the values uh, in our callbacks. It means it's probably broken. This one is written in an older style, but it does seem to be like working, just doesn't have the right feel yet. What do you think of SwiftUI so far? Oh, it's so addicting. Like the arrivals view that you were working on with me earlier. Like, like look at this. Look at this. This is what is this? Not even 10 lines of code. And you could probably simplify it a little bit to be it's just like I have a lazy grid with my arrival cell on the left and my arrival cell on the right. And this is how I make a cell compared to see all arrivals view controller. Like, oh my god. So here's the station arrivals view. is a collection view. This collection view has you know where it has its own like collection view layout. You have to do all this math to just do a 2-column situation. Attributes for item, attributes for element, compute the size of the whole thing. A little bit, a little helper to figure out the width. Like look at all this. Look at all this compared to where's the all arrivals view. um, you compared to this. Like, yes, please. And even then, it's like in the all arrivals controller, I have, and I guess I have like my own little thing. I have my auto layoutable protocol that I use, add subviews, and I can stack things vertically. Like all this is kind of like a V stack, if you will. Um, and yeah, just being able to like just say like, I guess this could kind of be pulled out a little bit. Like this is the body of the all arrivals view. Then we have the filter display bar. And I guess, there's a few other items that we need to add to the screen to make it complete. Um, a lot of boilerplate. Yeah, for sure. I feel like the things that it can do are fast to do. The other things it can't do yet, I could do faster in UIKit. Yeah, like uh, all my navigation in all my apps is still just UIKit. The iOS 16 navigation stack stuff looks good, but iOS 16 isn't even out yet, so I can't really ship an app using it yet. And like having to write your own pull to refresh for a scroll view, just yeah, it feels bad. That's it. It's really great. Oh, good. Yeah, I have my own enum for app routes. Yeah, we need to wait a few years to use it. Yeah, I'm tempted if I like it to kind of require it kind of right away. Um, I'm just not sure how nicely it'll play with my current navigation stuff. What's nice about this is that it's in a shared library under a corelib, so the server side can use it as well for deep linking, which is nice. And my Kubernetes configurations, um, they read from this as well to set up all the routes for ingress, which is nice. Right, quick question. I tried to understand enum. However, I for some reason can't seem to swallow it. Can you explain enum? Of course. Uh, enum study. Um, I guess an enumeration is to say it's like it's one thing or another thing. Um, enumeration you're probably already familiar with would be true or false. Maybe open a playground for that stuff. Yeah, we could try a playground instead. Playground. Playground. Yep. Um, so, for example, an enumeration I have is I guess this one's a little more complicated. I have an enum for different view models, for external URLs, for app IDs, version stuff, um, directions. Um, I guess it's a way to communicate something that you've already discovered. Like, so I have this popover arrow view. When I tried to learn it, they seem like a data type. Yeah, exactly. Um, like true and false are, you could think of them as an enum. Like you could say enum case it's true, case it's false. You could have like maybe like function. You can call it with your value. Then you can switch. You can say and I guess the most powerful thing about enums is that the compiler tells you that you've covered all the cases. Um, it's true. We can print true. Same thing for it's false. Print false. Now, if we had left off one of these, the compiler is going to tell us that we're missing a case. Now, like if instead we said, you know, just true or false, like, I mean, I guess like if else, would do that. You'd be like, oh, if else, I'm missing an else. If you're doing like names of things, why not just create a variable and assign it with a value, and then do you switch it cases? I don't see where the value that enum brings. Yeah, it comes back to the compiler tells you that something's missing. Um, instead, this was a string. Uh, um, it's still not exhaustive. Like you can't type in every single string in the world. Um, you have to have a default case. I don't know, unknown or something. And I guess like for user input, you can be like, the MTA returned uh, a certain value for a route. Um, like I have my underway route enumeration. These are all the routes in the MTA subway system, and the raw value is what it is in the feed. But sometimes they return other values instead. Um, and so once I ingest the data from the MTA, I don't have to deal with unknown cases anymore. I know for a fact that I parsed something, everything else from here on forward is going to have something. If I just had a string everywhere in my app, I'd have to have a default unknown route every time I showed a route badge, I say or unknown route. On this screen, every single one here I say or unknown route. But because I parse it to an enumeration first, the compiler and I know with confidence that I definitely have a route, and so I can grab the right badge for it and show it on the screen. And then yes, as Kinks is saying, there's also associated values for enumerations. But does that value make sense? Of like parsing it into something, and then having confidence elsewhere. Um, Basically, I'm not sure which data type to use. I should just use enums. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. I mean, I guess I tend to start with enums. Yeah, maybe. I mean, as with everything with programming, it depends on what you're trying to do. Just like when you're asking about websites earlier and servers and databases, well, it kind of depends on what you're trying to do. And I mean, I guess you saw for my refresh control state, I kind of reached for an enum right away. That's kind of interesting. Basically, I just create my own data type. I don't have to worry about the compiler. Well, the compiler tells you. The compiler's there to help you know if you're following the own rules that you set up. I think you use it if you want to differentiate a value at a later point. Yeah. Oh, I have an enumeration for directions actually also for the trains that go west and east and the trains that go north south. I think in JavaScript, the enumerations don't have the same amount of compiler help. But I could be mistaken. Maybe in TypeScript there's stronger support for enums. Um, but in Kotlin and Swift there's very strong support. You just won't compile if you're not following a rule. Um, yeah, sometimes TypeScript enforces its rules and sometimes it doesn't, and I'm not exactly sure what I'm doing wrong. In vanilla JavaScript, it's just a dictionary. Yeah. Oh, by the way, since you subscribed, I need to get you your subscriber perks. If you DM me, is that the right GitHub handle for you? I can add you to the subscriber um, GitHub organization with the code for viewer questions. Um, have it in the link. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. Oh my goodness, passwords. Cool. And I'm still working on getting Discord set up, but that's supposed to be another perk coming along, and I'll let you know when that's sorted out. What else can we do to help understand enums? Um, Probably have too many examples. Oh, here I'm just using enum as an empty type because you can't instantiate in enum. There's all the internationalization strings. Cool. So coming back to folder refresh. So this is doing measurement of the scroll. Um, uh, Measuring the frame of a coordinate space name in a geometry reader. And not only that, it's not really setting a state, is it? I guess I'd like to try to set this. Try to reuse this over here. Um, or should I try to keep it in this style? These on appears to do something. Um, like this is the logic part of it, and this is the actual view. Um, and let's put this one back in actually in all arrivals view. Yeah, I guess it doesn't. One thing that's really missing is it doesn't show like a refreshing state while it's doing something. That's something that really feels like it's missing. I guess reading stuff from a geometry reader and putting it into a state is something I've actually had a little bit of trouble with. Seems like you need to go like through reference key, which feels weird. um, need to do something like yes, SwiftUI feels hacky sometimes. Yeah, the value would be maybe I'll just put the whole frame in there. Um, so let's make a reference key, perhaps. Um, uh, Give it a nice, really long name. This will conform to preference key, and then it's not conform. So these tend to need to be an array of things, and this is a frame, I believe, is a CG. Continue with implementation down there. I want to no, what's the problem? All right, wrap it in an array. Having it be one value, for some reason, I've had a really tough time with too. Really tried to figure it out. Seems like preference keys always have to be an array. If you figure out how to do it as just straight CG rect, please let me know. Especially when we're just like copying it in. Cool. And then we can say on preference change, I guess we get the list of keys. I never use preference keys. Got to check on that. Yeah, they're weird. They're weird, but it's the one of the few ways I've seen to get stuff out of a geometry reader into a state variable. Empty, we'll just ignore it. Otherwise, do a computation and update our state. Um, see, maybe this shouldn't go on empty view. Maybe this should go on this each stack here. See, so how should we compute this? I guess over here we're going by the mid y or the max y for some breakpoint. Problem. Generic parameter k could not be infirmed. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you mean there. What is the generic? Sometimes Xcode gets in a weird state, and I don't know if it's because it's in a weird state or because I did something wrong. I'm going to clean. Because this was compiling just a few moments ago. Good old zero exit state. Yep. Clean building. Yeah, what I don't miss about working in an office and working with Xcode is the build thing is just so small. So it looks like you're just staring blankly at your computer. In fact, you're waiting for Xcode. And okay, so this succeeded. So then if I uncomment this, I need to. Oh, okay. Oh my goodness. I need to say the reference key that I am looking for. There we go. Okay. And you get a notification that your build finished in the notification, the notification. Okay, so we got this first print. That's nice. Oh, look at all these prints we're getting. Amazing. That's way more than we were getting with the drag version. This is already looking way better. Let's see. So this was it X, Y, width, and height? Yeah, so just really care about the Y, it seems, because the width and height are the same. Dude, I just learned an incredible thing with the preference key thing. Yeah? Yeah, what'd you get? Looks like the at rest state is -15. From you, I mean. Oh, hashtag educational. Awesome. That's great. I'm so happy. Okay, so now we have a number coming through. So we can maybe link some of the logic we were trying to do earlier based on setting the state. Googled so long but didn't find an answer how to cache the geometry ready values correctly. Yeah, it's kind of wacky that you need to do it this way. Hopefully in iOS 16 with the new layout stuff, this will be a thing of the past. Um, I'm not sure how we would do pull to refresh with the new stuff I've seen in iOS 16. So still might be a thing. let's see. I guess this is the offset. Offset is the max y. And we'll need to define, put a control state. We have this union. We just need a state variable for it. And we'll start it off at rest. Let's see, I guess what just hit me is that we're doing this all based on the height. Hey, this is why you write UIKit code. We actually were doing some UIKit earlier in the stream. We had a what was it? Legacy scroll view. We're doing, which wrapped a UIScrollView. And yeah, we got some very exciting stuff like this, which was fine. We were able to sort that out, but there was this little. If you, I don't know if you saw, if you caught that. If I move it so that it's, yeah, it jumps up like that. It like hides the top of the content. Fine, it's fine, it's fine, and it's like I can't live like that. And I think at the bottom, there's no extra space at the bottom this time. Extra space at the top, and then it does that. And the scroll bar is missing. Why is there no scroll bar? Why is there no scroll bar? This was based on a gist from, was it in the chat? We even tried setting show vertical scroll bars to true. We even tried setting content inset just behavior to never. We even tried setting content inset to 0. And we still got some strange jumps. So that's why we're trying once again with a SwiftUI approach. Yeah, it gets really messy with scroll views. Yes. SwiftUI is so new and it's so wanky. Is that UI collection view? It used to be. All arrivals view controller has the arrivals collection view, which has a collection view layout. This is what I was doing, and I guess this is what's currently shipping in the App Store version of the app is a UI collection view with its own collection view layout. Computes the X for each cell. It computes layout attributes for item, layout attributes for elements. I mean, I guess it works. I mean, I guess folder refresh works really well with it because it's built in. We are trying to build it in ourselves, I guess. Because otherwise, it looks really great. There's no jumping around in SwiftUI. How would you move away from a collection view to a scroll view, though? because I guess SwiftUI promises us that it'll work. SwiftUI doesn't always keep its promises. I mean, the idea would it be like we have a let's see how to show this off. Where we started the stream, we had a scroll view with a lazy grid, and that's basically what a collection view kind of is. I mean, with much less customization, but it's a scroll view that easily loads its items. That's where we started, and I guess you can say we didn't really get much past the first one today. Um, Over here are things we got done yesterday. The point of going to a scroll view from a collection view is that this looks so much nicer to read and modify than UIKit. So if you can just get a nice pull to refresh working, will be golden. And so we worked on using a drag gesture, but that had some problems. Simultaneous gesture didn't really quite work. When we got the first few data points of the gesture, and then it just like stopped, which was weird. Then I found this other one that I had actually written a long time ago, and I couldn't find it in code, which is why I was starting again. Um, and it's definitely code I wrote a long time ago. It's using on appear to trigger things instead of state, and so yeah, right now we're trying to we're trying to re-implement it in SwiftUI. Um, Interesting. I would assume that the NSDiffable is also nice to. Right. Yeah, NSDiffable is fine. I guess I'm trying to make, I guess, the quantum leap forward. Um, SwiftUI and NSDiffable, they both came out with iOS 13 a few years ago now. I'm trying to make the view into fully SwiftUI. So I guess the only thing we have is an offset, really. Um, the nice thing about the drag gesture is that we had a callback on change and a callback on end, um, which is kind of nice to work with, right? Um, Good to test SwiftUI's limitation right now. Yeah, that's the other part. Um, like folks have been dropping in and offering little suggestions that have helped move things along. Um, Anything prod is SwiftUI limitation. I have a couple of views in production. We had to hack them to make them kind of work. Um, Yeah, I guess all of the settings screens are fully SwiftUI. But yeah, they're not that interesting. It's just like settings screen. Um, but the filter screen, this is all SwiftUI too, and this has actually worked out much nicer um, in SwiftUI than in UIKit. I ended up deleting all the UIKit code because I was so happy with how it was working, so I can't show it to you right now. But this is all SwiftUI. You select the one filter on. You can select a different one. Say from Times Square, maybe we'll go to Christopher Street. Let's see, only trains going to Christopher Street. Same, it's always the setting screens. No, but I have some real ones too. This is a real screen. This used to be like collection views and all kinds of stuff, and now that's the was that the station filter screen? Yeah, now it takes the station ID that you're at, navigation proxy, so it can dismiss itself. And then what is it? It's a top bar. Bring it back up. The top bar. It's a subtitle, routes view, the subtitle, and it's the destination view. It's so nice. In iOS 13, there were no lazy stacks available. Yeah. Yeah, I'm supporting for this app iOS 14. iOS 15 didn't seem to move that much forward in terms of. Uh, I mean, plus it's the current one. I have to. I think I have to support at least one back. And what is the routes view? What's the filter? A lazy grid of buttons. It loads the routes for the station from the database on a pier. A bunch of cells. Great. Oh yeah, and I'm not using this anymore, but I was using this because these used to be um, two hosting controllers inside of a UIKit screen, and so I needed to tell UIKit when to redraw. Um, Now that it's all SwiftUI, yeah, I don't need that anymore, and all that code's deleted. I don't know. I used SwiftUI a couple times, and I don't like it so far, and I have a huge bias towards UIKit. Right on. I mean, other than SwiftUI not being ready. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. I think the weakest part in SwiftUI was the navigation, but it's great now in iOS 16. I mean, I was fine doing navigation in UIKit for my SwiftUI app. that didn't bother me. It's just this geometry reader stuff. Having to use like preference keys. Uh, like how like, how is this a preference? How far down I've scrolled down in a view? The navigation in pure SwiftUI was hell though. Yeah, I noped out of that real quick. Ugh, state management. Um, I guess if it's currently refreshing, like maybe we just ignore any touches. Do like case or something. Ugh, do a switch. Um, that's interesting. I guess I deleted all the print statements. Huh. Oh, this is at the end. Put it at the top. We're getting. Oh, did I Right, it's just a regular scroll view. Okay. So this is the pull to refresh view that we're trying to figure out how to massage into something we can like. Hey, and I think the new navigation stack API is even better than in UIKit. Also, deep linking and routing stuff out of the box. That's a great point. I guess how do you handle it when you navigate into something and then there's a modal that comes up and you navigate like farther into that too? Like, does navigation stack handle like a modal? Um, I don't think I have an example in this app. Um, Navigation in this app is pretty simple. Station, train, connections to the train. It just keeps stacking on stuff. It's two different navigation sets. Define a state which is just in. I need to look more into it. Just auto. Okay, so now that I'm setting states, I guess here in the view part of it, we can display different things on the state. At rest, again, it's empty view. It's refreshing, again, it's the progress view. Type is style is circular. And then if it's possible, let's try it with just putting the value in. And let's comment out that stuff. And then where am I setting it to be? Oh, right here. Okay. Oh, this is not gonna work. Oh, it shouldn't be minimum. The minimum of anything in 0.1 is usually going to be 0.1. Progress view style modifier. I know we got it like filling up. So maybe I'll say the min of 100 and the offset, and then divide that by 100. Kind of cute. See, that could use some padding. That could use a tint color. Or is it a foreground color? And then let's see. At some point we need to actually do the trigger. So I guess that's just two branches of an if side of that if branch. Then the circular progress view style react to the value. I don't think so. I think it just has to be something. Yeah, see, I think Would we put it in at like 0.1 or something? Spinning. And just like on our other attempt, do it inside of a task. So we'll call the refresh, and when it's done, we'll say we're at rest again. Oh, which means on refresh can be async. It's the failure. Oh, this is the we got a good dispatch issue. My API called on a background thread. Really? I'm saying main main actor run, so it must be a different spot because of the task. Yeah, I think. Well, thank you so much for the follow. I think where I'm calling on refresh on the all arrivals view, I think this wants to be, this is on its own like deletion stuff. I think that's where the problem is happening from. Maybe I'm not sure how to stop the refreshing then, because yeah, I guess it doesn't make sense for the refresh control to wait for the network task itself. It kicks off the network task, but then um, how? Oh, I guess it could just wait for the notification like every other view. Um, let's see, so let's make this synchronous again. All the other views listen to a notification for when there's new data from the server to refresh itself. I think I have a view modifier to help listen to things. Notification, yeah. So the name of this notification is, and I can show that real quick. It takes the name of an NS notification, and it does the on receive business for you, for us, I guess. And the name of the notification, I think, is actually in here. Yes. Whenever there's new stuff from the server, and so here we want to, if we're refreshing, we want to say we're at rest. Self dot state equals rest. And I might need to do this on the main actor. I'm not sure. Sure, iOS will tell us right away. tried to update multiple times per frame. I guess if you really jiggle it, we got an error about too many updates per frame. I mean, it's the UI framework. There's going to be. I'm not sure what to tell you, SwiftUI. See, so I think also. I guess this is kind of a constant. This 100 that we've used it 3 times now. I don't think there's much you can do about that. Maybe debounce. I knew how to debounce because it's not a publisher. Like this is something that Swift is calling, or SwiftUI is calling on our behalf. When the bar didn't come through. I kind of feel like shouldn't necessarily update the state directly on this on preference change. It should instead perhaps um, save the current offset to a state. With 100. That's all one. I guess the UIKit, you got to end refreshing manually too. Yeah, because see right there, like it started refreshing, and then it stopped refreshing because the notification came through, but we're still like way deep in here. um, there's like a broader state too happening. Like roll started, triggered something, and then the refresh finished. And then at that point, like we don't we don't want to trigger any more refreshes. Um, let's see. So I need to take a quick restroom break. I'll be right back. Hey everybody, welcome back. So right before that, we were sort of thinking through this pull to refresh um, of how the server is so fast. It returns right away. If we stop scrolling and it returns, uh, when it scrolls back down, we don't want to trigger another refresh. So what does a regular sort of a Apple provided UI control do? I guess if we pull down, it just keeps spinning. Oh, maybe it doesn't trigger the refresh until you let go. Ooh, that's clever. Ooh, I like that. How would we how would we do that when all we have is an offset? Um, so you gotta keep track of like um, I guess we don't. Hmm, we can't trigger based um, on an offset. Um, maybe we'll say something like if offset is greater than 0, if we're at rest, we do something. I guess that's kind of what we're doing up here, huh? Um, so yeah, let's put this out a little bit. If we get movement and we're at rest, then our state is now possible, right? If it's possible, and I guess it's actually this computation, we get movement and we're already in a possible state. We can call this offset. Offset is bigger than the cliff. Yeah, I guess just to make sure we only we're so doing trigger. We trigger like on the way back down, right? Like if they've gone down a certain amount, We've gone down a certain amount. Let's smoothly let go. Nothing happens. Go down a certain amount, let go. That's when the refresh happens. Oh no, it starts refreshing right away. It just stays in this refreshing zone. Yeah, because we saw the at the bottom there, we saw that it had refreshed. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. So in that case, always goes to refreshing. Maybe there's like a triggered state and then an active state. Hello, fire emoji. A nice fire emoji. Yeah, so once we get to a certain offset, we do want to start refreshing, but we kind of we do ignore everything afterwards. Um, Maybe let's stop with the listening to the notification of when it's complete. Um, let's add one more state in, I think. Possibly call it triggered. So once it's triggered, I guess it'll look the same as refreshing, which I guess is why we had them collapsed earlier. It's the same view state. We show that circular progress view. And then what? um, yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess it's like once it goes back to at rest and it was triggered, that's when it becomes refreshing. That's when it's just spinning with no interaction. That's when all the interaction is over. Guess we can write some comments. Rest is the default state. Triggered is scrolled down far enough to to trigger the refresh. possible is interaction has started. And refreshing is interaction has ended, but refresh hasn't completed yet. I think. And yeah, visually refreshed and triggered look the same. Or I mean, I guess we could make them slightly different future. I guess there's that like that quick spin and then it slows down. So I guess there's like other things we could be doing. To sweeten that up, but we're still in the make it make sense area. Yeah, so if we cross over the cliff, then we go into triggered. Then I guess the difference is if we're kind of below the offset, um, if we're currently triggered, then we go to the refreshing state. Otherwise, we do nothing. Well, I guess if it was possible, if it was in the possible state, um, then we want to reset it. We want to go back to at rest. Let's see how this goes. Cool, so we're still spinning. Interesting. So I think we need another switch over here. I guess offset is 0 is like, is interaction active really? Okay, this is starting to feel like it's coming together. If it was at rest and the interaction started, then we're possible. If we're possible, then I think it's the same thing. If we're refreshing and the interaction starts again, we do nothing, I guess. Same thing for the triggered state. Oh, I guess possible is where we do this if statement. This is where we check if we should trigger or not. And I don't think we care what the current offset is for the previous offset. Let's see. Hey, that looks all right. I kind of want to print the state as well as the offset. Really, I don't care about the offset anymore. I just want to see the state changes. So let's add a not on preference change, on change of the current refresh control state. Print it. Failed. Okay. Form to equatable. Sure. And then it goes into triggered. Even if we slowly go back down, it goes into refreshing. Oh, but then it never stops. It never stops refreshing, huh? I guess it's not just a state. I guess it's this. It's like a whole event. Like this came through. It didn't set it back to at rest. It seems. Um, put a print in there. We got refresh finished, and we're still in the refresh state. But still in refresh in. Um, I guess when we go into refresh in, we need to wait for, like, if this came through, it should go to at rest, right? Um, and so how can we keep track of, like, when an interaction starts? Um, is there a notification that comes through to say that we did get new stuff from the server? Um, alternatively, um, like what if the person's in a tunnel or the server's down or just some other reason, like it's going to keep spinning if the server's down? I think that's what I think that's what the case would be here. Like this just spins until you call end refreshing, and you have to manage end refreshing yourself. It doesn't auto time it. is there two kinds of refreshing? There's I guess there's refreshing and it came back, and then there's refreshing and we're still waiting. Case. Something. Sure to name it yet. Interaction still ongoing, and refresh as completed. Which we call this something. It's hang time. Hold down. Guess we could just be a little bit more literal with this one. Interaction completed. Interaction ongoing. Refresh complete. And again, it's going to look the same as those other two. In the view, it's just going to show the spinner for now. And again, we're not going to try to trigger anything again. If the offset's above, if the interaction is ongoing, like, yeah, it's ongoing. I guess here is different. The case is interaction is ongoing, but the refresh is complete. Then we want to, we're at rest again. And I guess if it's if we're triggered and it ends, then we move to this new state we just defined. Succeed. So if this works, we'll clean up the code. So we're in the state interaction ongoing, refresh complete. If we let go, we're at rest. We can start a new interaction. Can't follow the state anymore. I know, right? These names kind of all sound the same to me too. I think they need new names. Because I guess refreshing is it's kind of the opposite of interaction ongoing. It's interaction complete, refresh ongoing. But within these names are just so long. I mean, they're clearer, but like they're like not readable. Okay, but before we break too much stuff cleaning up, let's commit. Um, Pull to fresh scroll view. Um, Looks like it works. Needs cleanup though. So where do we use triggered? The best commit messages. Only the best here. Interaction ongoing, refresh complete, interaction complete, refresh ongoing. Those are like visually too close. You work on the app alone or in a team? I'm the solo developer on this. Solo developer just trying to make it in the big city. These need better names. The commit messages are not that important. Oh, that's why you're asking. Um, yeah. See, interaction has started. Possible. That's good. At rest. That's good. I like these. These two are good. Triggered. Hold down far enough to trigger the refresh. That's good. I guess it's these last two that are we tried. Um, I guess one of them could have a long name. I mean, I kind of liked. I guess like refreshing is like it's the act of it's doing the refreshing. Um, it doesn't say that the interaction has ended in that. Um, Maybe it's just waiting. Is that clearer? I guess waiting could be like waiting for an interaction. Um, Ending, 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 ending on the server, pending on callback. Um, on refresh. And as long as this one like looks different enough, I'm kind of okay with it having it a ridiculous name. I mean, the main problem is getting these mixed up with each other. Waiting on action. Um, I hear what you're saying there. Yeah, I guess if we were to in SwiftUI, every closure is called action. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I hear what you're saying there. I guess here, what are we doing? We're waiting for a specific notification. So this makes it hard to, post to GitHub and share. Um, I wonder if there's a way to make this part reusable. Like we could pass in a notification name to listen to, um, but not everyone's going to be using notifications. Publisher, making a publisher for when it's done. That's fair. Okay, let's do this rename and then, because we're still not in a compiling state, do this rename, then get to that one. Oh, we are waiting on action, waiting on publisher. I mean, this could be like waiting on publisher. Um, I do like the idea of renaming this to action. Have any action. The previews down here. What's wrong with just a closure? It's still just a closure. I just renamed it to action. Oh. But what are the notifications needed for? Oh, I guess when it kicks off the call to the server, it has its own way of managing the async calls. Um, so when it gets finished, like everywhere else in the app, is waits for um, waits for this notification to refresh itself or know that refreshing is completed. Um, and I guess I could try to convert that to kind of like what I originally had was like waiting for a block to finish. Um, yeah, I guess this has its own, all its own. This isn't in async await yet. As you can see, it could really could really benefit from it. Um, Something I would like to do. Uh, Perhaps another time though. I'm still working on the whole arrival script. Um, we can have all these over. These are problems with UI script. Geometry Reader. Scroll. So, because I feel like trying to Google for this, there hasn't been any like um, good examples to read from, and I feel like this is. I mean, it's not the prettiest, but I feel like this actually kind of works. Pass the state to the action, and the action decides what it does. Yeah, and then there's two there's like the internal state of what we're showing versus just like the state of the network call. Yeah, when the download finished, the binding changes. Right. Oh, so we could pass in a binding. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that would take rewriting the networking code to play nicely with that, um, which does sound like a nice project. Um, I don't think we'll get that done today. This though, it works. All this up. Maybe a general new dynamic property wrapper. It's like where something can be. I'm not sure if this benefits from these tint colors. Let's try the primary detail color. Yeah, me neither. It's also a little plain. I mean, I think it's just because I mean I was trying to replicate, you know, have some like, oh, something's filling up. Oh, I guess one thing I just noticed is that um, how to say it. Like if the network request was still ongoing, then it should still be spinning for a little bit longer. And I'm not sure if that's um, let's see, what did we do? Verifying renames. I guess we're discussing like what would be the optimal interface for using this. Tabs. I do like this discussion. Like here, we just say do this call. Um, so I guess, and then the state. I'm tripping over my words. If we only say trigger this call, but then this listens to a very specific notification or publisher to get a response back. And having a binding that we pass in to trigger stuff, I think that's what you were saying. Um, that could be pretty interesting. Um, because in that case, you could have a like it, you could have a specialized case just for us. Underway feed, pull to refresh. Scroll view. Yeah, that's what I mean. It would be reusable everywhere. Yeah. Oh, imports. So this would call uh, basically the pull to refresh um, with its own content. And do I just content here? Um, no, I think I need its own content generic parameter. Something like pull to refresh state, action, do something. Yeah. And then this would be this without all that. It would just be the pull to refresh scroll view. for this app. I hate that you can't write code in here. and this would have the, I guess your suggestion was it would have its own state around, did we finish or refresh or not? Um, I guess how would we model that? Fresh state. Your suggestion is a state variable around. Okay, we could sketch that out, see how that would work. Um, it should just be like started, completed, rest, I guess. Make a general enum. Right, because if we want to make this usable by other folks, refresh state, state, refresh state, do something, refresh state equals idle. Oh, yeah. Oh, ooh, that's good. That's good. Sorry for trolling you. Dude. No, I think I like that. Um, about its markdown, it actually broke my input. I mean, I guess it all becomes a little bit nicer if we make action async, I think. And then where I use it for my app, I have my own task where I mean I can't await this. Let's see. This way it doesn't do anywhere. Guess the idea of a binding does seem nice. Try with a binding. Uh, we'll make an enum for it. So the cases are idle and active, I guess. I guess does it need to keep track of No, I think just idle and active is fine. I guess we'll discover pretty soon. Then this will have a state of a fresh state. And then instead of this waiting for the notification, we can move it out to here. So it's in this view, which will be tightly coupled. Ooh, and we're about to hit a little bit of a landmine here. Refresh date is not a member of type of generic struct. The problem there is that I have a generic. Oh, did I just copy the wrong thing? I copied the wrong thing. In which case, we did not hit a landmine. Cool. Right, so here we just update our own state. We reset it to idle whenever we get stuff. And before we make the call to active, right, so this binding needs to be passed in from its parent. This can be passed down your action state, refresh state. Let's just cool it with this preview. Scene refresh state. Right, so this can pass in the refresh state now. Is this complaining about it? Oh, that's what you're seeing in chat. It starts with idle. Now, before we actually try that out, kind of have to rethink how we handle the completion of it. I guess instead of listening to notification, we listen to an on change of fresh state. So it changes to idle. Then basically we just do all this. if it was active, we ignore. And actually, I think this is going to simplify a little bit more. Let's delete this for now and run it. We saw the refresh come through. We saw new times come in. Now it's at rest. Wonderful. Okay. I'm going to make some small commits along the way here. Starting to extract usable fresh. Okay, so now we have states for a lot of things that now that we have a separate state variable, like these two just go away. Because we have the refresh state to know if the refresh is ongoing or not. And we have refresh control state to know where we at right now. What do you like to be called, by the way? I don't know. I guess Daniel? Yeah, that's good too. You say full Q really fast at someone while you're angry, maybe it sounds like something else. All right, so I think this can simplify a little bit. Especially because for our state, yeah, we just show the same thing right now. Let's try deleting these two and see what happens. Or what that is. Here it's just the same. Any place where it's different. Um, we could just still say that it's triggered, I guess. Is this a personal project for fun, or is this serious work stuff? Yes. This is live on the App Store. It's my web. You can download this app on the App Store or on the Google Play Store. Indie dev trying to make it in the big city. Any support you have, whichever way, follows or comments, or whatever, is greatly appreciated. You even got us up today. I'm so grateful. Um, yeah, trying to put good energy out there and see what happens. I think inside of here we can now switch on both states. Let's see, I should can switch on refresh control state and the refresh state. I'm not sure if autocomplete is going to be nice to me here. Yeah, it's just going to give me a seat of someone's pants, I guess. Let's see. So we're at rest and fresh state is idle. And yes, we go to possible. I guess this is going to be kind of a project, huh? I guess where do we care that it's active? Um, I guess if it's active, um, if it's active, and there's movement, we don't do anything, right? We just break. So that's half the things out the door. And I guess these other ones are if it's idle. Ooh, I'm getting tired. Which market is bigger, websites or apps? I don't know. I don't know. I'm interested in both, but I lean heavily towards apps and what I'm interested in. I mean, triggered and idle, like, we don't do anything there either, right? Then we have the other side of it. Um, Again, I guess these mostly don't care. Um, refresh state is idle, and we were anything else. I guess this is all happening in response to changes of yeah, this is kind of the wrong place to make these decisions. I mean, really, we're setting offset on a state variable. I don't have a Discord quite yet. I'm still in the process of setting it up, but it sounds like you're interested, so thank you so much for your interest. I guess the offset will start at 0. And I think is that gonna cover all our cases? So where's the view? Instead of switching on refresh control state, it's really like we want to show. Let's see, offset and no, we do need something. No, let's try it just with the offset for now. Offset and the fresh date. Oh man, I'm getting too tired to think through this. I do like the direction this is going in, though. The idea of breaking up one big state into two separate states, one based on the offset that the scrolling is at, and the other based on refresh state binding, so that people using this and what's it called? Like they can be responsible for doing the refresh. And I think this is a great example here, setting the refresh state, in the action, and then we can also set the refresh date at the end when it's done. I think this proves this is the right direction to make this reusable. It's just the details in the middle. So perhaps we'll pick this up another time. Oh my goodness. We did get a lot done today for the trying to get pull to refresh in a scroll view. We ended up with something that works in actually pure SwiftUI. Yeah, I can't follow the message. Yeah, plus I'm tired. I need a fresh mind to come to this, and perhaps I try to make because we're trying to make decisions on everything inside of when the scroll changes, and that's just like we need to do like an on change of both of these things like together, or this sets a state, and then everything else from the view is just based on what the state is. Um, we just need to figure out, yeah, this should just figure out if we need to trigger or not. Um, and then the view can figure out, well, what do I show based on um, other things. So we don't have code to share at the end of this session. Let's see. If you want to find out more about me, I have my website, which has my links to my Twitch stream, and all the sessions get posted to YouTube afterwards. I am looking for a larger project. If anyone's hiring or need a freelancer, I am looking for, pay the bills work while I continue to build the stream. Thank you so much for the support today. Thank you for the follows and all the new viewers and the subscription. It means so much to me. Yeah, and I will see you soon. This is my schedule, and here's the links at the bottom. So I guess my next stream will be Monday, and I'll hopefully see you then. Thank you so much for joining. Yeah. Oh, baby. Yeah, I have fans now. Yeah, I ended the stream and he was like, "Thank you for the stream. I enjoyed it. See you soon." That's the guy that subscribed. There's another guy who seems like he's very new to being related about tech. Like the vibes. I mean, that's not exactly what he said. Yeah, I was asking him if because he was saying he's not interested in Swift. I'm like,